Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I wouldn't say well, before anything though, right? Hi malicious magpie. Hi Peter. And hi Narix. Welcome. 145? Holy shit. Thank you, Peter. Back on Rise. Yeah, I kinda just wanna turn off brain and hunt for a little bit. It's nothing. Okay, look. Nah, only one thing happened yesterday, right? But I just didn't think that that could have this much of an impact on me. I just, I didn't think it's gonna be this painful, right? I'm comfortable enough to just be open about be open about everything, right? I mean, I kind of was open about it for a little bit. Edward can't hear my spam. Thank you. Hopefully the closed captions can hear a little bit. Um, yeah. So this is kind of embarrassing still, but I just didn't think that this had such a big impact on me, right? So I wanna, I wanna, you know what? I wanna play the game, and at the same time, I wanna talk about it. I think I want to do that. So let me open up the game real quick and go here. Boom. Gonna play Rise for a little bit. Why not? I mean, recently I started playing Rise for a little bit with my sisters and stuff. They suddenly want to play Rise, like, oh yeah, okay, sure, we can play Rise for a little bit. Yeah. So here I am playing Rise for a little bit. I started a new character as well. It's like, why not? Why not? So yeah. Wow. So, I remember talking about my master and pet relationship thingy, right, with a certain someone that has been like really bad lately, right? So with him, he essentially started to really ignore me for the past year, maybe even more than that, right? I remember talking about this, but the general thing is that I've been ignored. I've been like just getting ignored constantly, right? I'm not even like messaging them every day, right? No, I did tell them, like the situation is I did tell them to like, hey, I don't mind you replying like once per week or even once per month. I'm okay with that, right? But they just straight up just don't care about me, and it's been years. Well, yeah, years actually. It's been years, and yeah, last night I decided to just tell them how I feel again, right? I tell them how I feel about the situation that I'm in, that I'm being neglected, I'm being ignored, and then you are just hanging out with everyone else, talking to everyone else and everyone but me. Like, okay, yeah, sure, I don't know what's going on, but did I do something wrong or something? But I never got a reply on it, so I don't know what's going on, right? So after that, I just been like, okay, then it seems that you really just don't care about me, because it's been like so many months, right? I told him how I feel about everything. I told him how I feel about like my current situation, right? I told him about my current situation, and then to this day, my message is still getting ignored. So last night I dropped I'm I guess the silence means that you don't really care about me because it's been years, and can't even do 1 month to check out on me. No, all right, okay. So I was like, I'm dropping this like master and pet relationship. At first I thought it was like not much. Right, I thought like, okay, maybe this isn't gonna like hurt me too much, but after I said that, shit, like a bomb just fucking dropped on me, right? Everything just like, oh shit, you know. I started breaking down, I started crying and shit. It's like, I didn't think it's gonna have this much of an effect on me, right? So my message obviously is still getting ignored, and then he's still talking to other people, hanging out with other people other than me, right? I guess I'm just not interesting at all, right? It affects me so much too, because he's like the first person that I actually trust, look up to, right? Trust and look up to. The first person who I ever opened up my heart with, right? To have like a close heart-to-heart talk. We met in firm, and then we started to have like a heart-to-heart talk together. It's like, yeah, I trust him a lot. He seems amazing, alright, stuff like that. But I didn't think he would just like go for someone else other than me, you know. I thought we had something like special, but yeah, I thought about it too much. So yeah, last time when I said that, and then I immediately just like, again, embarrassing, right? But it is what it is, and I don't think it's something that I want to like just hide, you know? And I feel like I'm okay with just like being honest with how I feel currently. So yeah. It's really sad, right? But I feel like it's a good thing for me too. I just need some time to sort of process what's going on, sort of just like process all of these feelings that I'm feeling right now. I have like so many like mixed feelings towards everything right now. It's like I feel extremely unstable and shit. The S one, yeah. I just didn't think he would just straight up ignore me for years on end, and even when I expressed a few times where, you know, I'm okay with the tiniest bit of attention. I'm okay, right? Months, weeks, months. I think I'm not asking for much here. Like, I know real life stuff is busy and shit, but like that is also why I'm like, I'm okay with just a tiniest bit of interaction. I'm okay with that. But everything I said is just getting ignored constantly. Like, even if I were to check my Telegram chat right now, there's nothing. So yeah, I just didn't think about that. And obviously I didn't think how much this is gonna affect me with my mental and stuff. I guess I really appreciate what we have, right? Not him though, apparently. I mean, obviously he's rich, obviously he has everything, obviously he's like like all the relationships and stuff, you know. And then I'm probably just a side character, so I'm asking too much here, right? I'm obviously asking too much, like, no way. At least now I know. Also, my character looks nice. I love my rice characters. So yeah, that's what happened last night. It hurts a fuck ton. I know. It's weird. But it is what it is. Oh my god, what the fuck, this Raja? I was really afraid to reach out to people talking about how I feel with this as well, because it's I don't know, to me it feels kind of embarrassing. But I know that I said it's embarrassing, but God doesn't hurt. It really does. Oh, there's Mizu. I don't know if I want to hunt the monkey. Oh yeah, in the end I did reach out to reach out to 2 people, and because time zones. But they did reply, and I feel that I can talk about it a little bit. Wait, is my button being pressed? Why do I keep doing the 1+2? Okay, there we go. That was better. I feel like lens shouldn't be this hard. It's a questionable place to stab. You don't have Mon Villages mod? No. I feel like that one is a little bit too, like, unstable, question mark, since I'll be playing with my sisters and I don't know how that's going to, like, affect the gameplay and everything. I guess when I'm playing single player sessions I can use that one. Oh, is it only client side? I feel my player count doesn't really change much. Oh, okay. I'll look into it then. How's it going? Not too good, I'm afraid. That's why I'm just like sort of turning off brain and hunt. Should break soon, I think. Oh, Mon villages. Wait, I realized that I was thinking of the wrong mod. Yeah, that should be clan side only. I kind of want to break the claw. Just not aim at me. You also can't chat popcorn with me until you about stuff like this. Underscore will trust me if this thing is. Oh, I trust you a lot. I trust Rex a lot. I just didn't want to like bother you with this, honestly. Because I mean you're in a relationship and I didn't want to like bummer you up with like my own personal like weird stuff. But if you're okay, then I would love to talk to you about these kind of things. Really? Oh, improve walk speed? Look at this. All lens. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so they explained this about this. I can't tell you weird stuff before. Is it weird? Maybe? Okay. Oh, how did it break? I didn't do anything to it. I didn't do anything to it. Then I tell you more about it later. Oh, did I break the tail? Oh shit, I did. My brain is really not here today. Hi Chip, I'm gonna let course work. Okay, have a good luck and good luck with work, Chip. Thanks for the luck. Also, I'm just gonna hunt for a little bit because I'm pretty sure later I'm gonna play. Later I'm still gonna play RV There Yet with Brekkie and Zeus. Thank you, Chip. Did it break it? Did it break your claws? No, your claws is still intact. Your back? Oh, back is broken. I'm just gonna capture it. I don't want to fight the monkey. I'm not interested in monkey. I recognized the wrong animation. It's a heavy. It's too early. Oh my god. Of course, I forgot you like to go back and forth. How did you whiff? I couldn't get out of the crotch. Alright, it's fine. I went the wrong way. Hi Nick. Being a sand kobo, I can't help it. Something big happened last night. I mean, I did explain it just now. Oh, that was so early. But hope Nick is doing good now. I'll be fine, just need some time. Afternoon, Hannah. Incur hydrogen levels in portion and lead to excessive wear of the streamer, and in extreme cases cause spontaneous cessation of existence. Check and adjust hydrogen portion of the streamer after every 60 or 90 minutes of vibration. See, cessation of existence is crazy. But technically, I guess. Oh my god, I moved the tail. There we go. Needed that. Why do you carve for 10 years? Oh, I blocked. Even the sea sponge can block that. Oh, that was too early. That's something. I love lands. One move beats all. In this one anyway. Here we go. After 4 times finally. I don't think it's weak yet. Yeah, no, it's not. Oui. Ouais, Ituchi. Oh, even that's a counter? I thought that was late as heck. I love how easy Rise is. That's why I can just kind of turn off brain and hunt. Shift this a long time ago. Ooh, big move. I think that's not big enough. Yeah, it's not. Oh, this is really big. Okay. Nice. Nice and easy. I got the best weapon in the game. Oh, hi Mama Dragon. Love the itch. I actually didn't even notice how I think the game might be a little bit on the louder side. Spirit. What? Two? Okay, Mama Dragon. Have a good luck. feel like my bow is really bad. So when the target's a large monster, becomes 0-sum discharge finisher. Oh. Invincible Gambit? Isn't the Invincible Gambit like the best move? You don't like that? I'm surprised. I really love it. Can I cheat and use this one? Exhaust file? No. Oh. Oh shit, okay. I'm broke. I have no money. Compressed finishing discharge is the FRS without the damage of multi-hit? Oh, full release in wilds? Oh. Why did I use that one then? So it's just gonna like do a 2-hit, I think? Simplify explosion. It's only one? Shit. Hi, Evie. I'll give it a try. Oh, this one nearby. And a dum-dum monkey? Okay. Thank you, Evie. Do you roar that? Oh, you do. I forgot. I didn't think you... I didn't think Toby's roar is like a strong one. Wait, what's overhead slashing? Oh my god, how do you play switch checks again? Is it for... Oh, okay, it's not... Oh, it's triangle. So... This is still a thing? Okay. I've been spoiled by wild switch X. Oh, it doesn't... I have to press it to change. Oh my god, I don't know how to play switch checks anymore. Wild switch checks is way too good. I've been spoiled. Hi, Ninetales. Oh my god. Oh wait, I thought my weapon thrown. Is Toby this good, or am I just bad with checks? I think it's more of the second one. It is just one hit. Oh my god, it sucks. Thank you, Kobo. Oh, I'm stunned. Oh. Hi, everyone in the raid. Let me confirm that. Does zero sum has to be on tail? Oh yeah, I'm not using zero sum. There's no follow up after? That actually really sucks. What? Can I change it here? Also, welcome. How was Roblox? Ooh. Okay, I can. Hope stream was fun. Welcome in everyone from the raid. A bit of a low energy stream today, but hey, hope you are doing good. I'm Tiara, I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and to art sometimes. Welcome. How's the stream? Going pretty well, I would say. I mean, it's just me turning off brain and hunting for a little bit. Haven't played Rise in a while, and I figured I kind of like Rise. Because Rise is like, to me personally, the easiest Monster Hunter to play. Bones. Which is the one that I was hunting? Is it this one? I think it's this one. Oh, and then you can combo the mid-air one, right? Soaring something? I think that's a stun? No, it's not. I drink the wrong thing. Why am I drinking my own potion when I can drink free potion? I love hitting it. Oh, hi, Apple. Oh my god, it's Nexus. Welcome, Apple. The biggest Nexus? We love Nexus. We love the brick dragon. Invisible Gambit can spam, it's so good. I love spamming Invincible Gambit. Okay, which one is the one that attacks me immediately? Is it you? You both looked at different size though. Uh-oh, is that 3 of them together? Uh-oh, I can write 2. It's fucking Bishaten, man. Never liked the stupid monkey. Can you aim the other one? Bitch. I aimed the wrong one. Come on. Hit the monkey, hit the monkey. Oh my god, the stupid monkey, man. Oh my god, we cannot hit the monkey at all. I'm gonna kill the monkey just for that. Alright, chat, I'm killing the monkey. Monkey mess with my hunt, we kill monkey. I think X mode switch X is gonna be good against monkey. Kill monkey now. Oh, that far, crazy. Oh. Right, I have to get stunned. Oh, I heard someone. I'm not playing wild. I remember this move. Ow. I hate monkey so much actually. Why am I fighting against this thing? guess I'm just not doing a lot of damage against this thing. But switch checks is kind of fun though. Oh. Where are you going? Oh, okay. I have to like zoom in the map. So the monkey's gonna go like bother everything else. Oh, okay, none anymore. What the hell? Another one? Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. I'm just gonna... Oh. Oh, where am I aiming at? I'm gonna kill this thing out of spite. What the heck? You want kobo? But Narix is too strong though. I'm playing like level 6 account. Oh, you went there. $50 is so strong. Oh, I guess I can play our like big main accounts to hunt some Montino. That's what you get. Feels good. Hate the monkey.
完璧だぜ俺のお供よもらうぜ
Feels like my switch checks could be better. I don't want to change the invisible gambit, huh? It's too good. I like the invincible gambit. There we go. Oh no, I wasted 2 bugs. Oh shit. Oh wait, I need this. We got him. Didn't you just go back and forth? Hey. Okay, that kinda hurt now. Ow.
はいよ。到着。
Oh yeah, I need to eat, right?
食った食った頼むぜ。地区の進撃だぜ。 盛り上がっていこうぜ。
Another one? Ooh. That hit behind you? Okay. I was thinking maybe I could.
罠を設置したぞ。罠にはまってるぜ。
Right, that's one.
一つ完成
Should I fight the Mizu? I mean, I love Mizu.
研ぎ澄ますぜ。
How many minutes? 25? That looks like 25. I don't know if my Switch X has enough time to deal with two of them. Like, my Switch X is like, not that good. It's like painfully in the middle. I'll give it a try. Oh?
総流始めるぜ。 終わりだ。
Uh-oh. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. I forgot about that.
マジか
I forgot about the straight to the horizontal. Oh my god.
やってくれたな
Oh no, I'm bad at the game. It's okay. I'm gonna blame on the armor that I'm wearing. I'm wearing a Itsuchi armor. It's kinda weak. I don't think I upgraded it at all, I think. I don't think I upgraded the armor.
いただくぜ
I'm stinky.
さあこっちだぞ 相手が悪かったな
Oh. I keep pressing L2, trying to aim where I'm hitting. I've been spoiled by wilds. Being able to aim where I hit. This might kill me actually. My weapon's bad. Oh. This is probably very painful for the Switch X mains. Those who main Switch X, it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh my god, there's Narga as well? Why is this game like this? I thought I'm cool. Everything hurts a lot. Like, every hits like a lot of my health. Maybe it is my armor's problem, because I really didn't like upgrade them. I never felt that until now. This is bad. I don't think I have enough time. It's going to the middle. Okay, actually, I'm gonna use longsword to compensate with the time. I cannot change my layer weapon. Oh, look at my basic ass sword. Oh, I want to change how my weapon looks. I want my Narga plush. I don't think I see it. So I have 15 minutes, about, more or less, to deal with a half health Misu, I think, and maybe 70% health Toby. I got this. This is fine. Uh-oh. Ooh, that hit. Quick. No. Hiya. I think I have enough time. Okay, we're good. Squish cause you didn't eat? Might be wrong. Oh, I died the second time and I didn't eat. Maybe you're right. Right, quick. Unfortunate. Oh, I can capture it already. One more. Small one. Big one. Come on, big move. I want your biggest move. think that's good enough. No, that's not good enough. Fuck.
ここに罠があるぜ。罠にはまってるぜ。
I know. I almost threw. I almost threw the game. Oh my god. Alright, where's that pig? There was that pig that wants to charge at me constantly. Oh. 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 Oh shit. Triple shiny? We take those. How many minutes? 38 minutes? That was... 38 minutes is crazy. Also, I saw absolute power shot for bow. I kinda like bow. But I'm so shit at bow, to be honest. Higher level of charge than usual? Standard power shot will cost more stamina but potentially stun the target. What? Baiting attack, making a near miss can fail the charge level considerably. Allows you to move forward, backward, left or right. Increased level effect of coating on melee attacks. X during a combo while aiming camera. Oh, isn't that the counter? I think that's also one of the counter. Can I upgrade this bow? I ought to have no money. No. Oh my god, it's so expensive. How am I supposed to get 26,000 money? Sell it from DLC cat? I think I sold all of them already. Like, there's no egg anymore. I don't think this is enough for 26k. No, I'm pretty sure I sold all of them already. We do 29.59 for a bit of a money. 29.59. Yeah, no more egg. I can sell. I can sell these. I'll sell the MP Accelerant. Oh, I can cheat. I can press more. I can hold controller and I can press the right button on my keyboard. Let's do 5999. There's no way I'm gonna shoot 9,999 times, right? Okay, there we go. Night Bright Talk. Boop. Hi, Dragon. There. Look at that, I have money now.
ようこそ任せてくださいありがとうございました
Too far. Wait. Oh, 60. Thank you, Bright Talk. I swear, Narcs is gonna destroy everything in 2 seconds. Look, already MR, fuck. I'm only HR6 with my new account, hello? You're the MR. You're in different map than I am already. More stamina, but I can stun. Does it mean I have to bring my Mega Dash Jut? Do I have Mega Dash Jut? Do I not have Mega Dash Jut? Can I craft it? Hair extract armor skin. Oh, this is for Mega. I never used dash juice before. Is there no mega dash juice, or is it just a myth? Catalyst and dash extract? I guess I can just drink dash juice. Why not? There's no mega? Oh my god, it's a myth. Do you sell dash juice? No, you suck. Okay. Okay, no, the kitty's cute. Yee, Raja? No. Okay, what do we need? We need this. I can only bring 50? That's good enough. Look at this Xenogar armor. Hiya. So broken. Money maker? Oh wait, I need money maker. Oh, resistance high. Summoner? Makes rare crafty creatures more likely to appear. What? Extends hanging time during a mid-air stop. Moxie adrenaline. Health is dangerously low. Oh, it's heroic. Medic high, defender high. I mean, medic and defender is like always the best, no? Wait, how about reduce stamina when evading, blocking, or oh, nah, we good. My stream blipped. What happened? Did my stream die for a little bit? I didn't check. I didn't know my stream died. I'm sure. Oh, Fermi, hi. It's good now, just a willow? Okay, okay. Okay, that thing, yeah, probably collection died for a little bit. Hope Fermi is doing good. Oh yeah, Sarah told me about you. Told her about my stream. It's like, oh my god. Thank you, Femi.
なぜ頂点
I'm gonna steal everything. Leave nothing for Narix. Oh. Melee attack is a thing. I've been spoiled by wilds once more.
盛り上がっていこうぜ
How do you do Dragon Piercer? No, Thousand Dragon. No, that's Arc Shot. Oh. Not that. Ooh, this game sucks. What the hell? Alright, no Thousand Dragons, I guess. It's okay, now we hunt.
将来け
I run away. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of construction going outside.
と
You guys might hear less of me talking, but more hammering going on outside. I'm sorry about that.
順調だ
Also, today's stream is like going to be extremely low energy because my mental is fragile. Shit. I'll be fine. Just give me some time. Yeah.
お狩り行くぜ
Oh, it can stun. Oh my god, it hurts like hell. Oh wow, it can hurt though.
さすがは俺の弟だぜ
Oh my god. Not how I made up this. Oh, do they have a far mod in Rise?
相手が悪かったな標的にされてるぜ よっしゃ家畜の進撃だぜ蹴散らしますこいつで仕留めるぜ
No.
手加減なしですこの豪徳だ本気にさせました叩き込む盛り上がっていこうぜ
Ow.
行き
Oh,
ますよ
whoop you too, Evie. I'm gonna.
容赦しませんよ
Oh, this piece is like dead 10 times over already.
Counter 相手が悪かったな蹴散らしますこれこそが最強だ
Oh, I want tail.
失敬よしはいよ集中
The plushy noises. Oh, you use Kitty?
順調だ 注意だ。気を抜くなよ。盛り上がっていこうぜ。その調子でい
Oh my god, I keep pressing R1.
ほら行くぞ。盛り上がっていこうぜ。
Oh,
相手が悪かったな。本気にさせましたね。狙われてるぞ。盛り上がっていこうぜ。炊き込む。
oh. What?
順調だ。
What did we break?
ほら行くぞ。いますよ。覚悟はいいですか。この高得だ。相手が悪かったな。加減なしです。容赦しませんよ。盛り上がっていこうぜ。
Oh, I've increased movement speed. Let's go. Oh, we got the tail. We got the tail.
一つ完遂だな。標的にします。こそが最強だ。
Oh my god, to break the claw is like crazy hard.
しませんよ。
My walk shoot is so fast. Oh shit. I'm catching this thing.
完全無欠だ。罠を展開しました。罠にはまってるぜ。
Yay.
いい資料だったぜ。もらうぜ。磨き上げますよ。
I'm gonna refuel my coating as well.
どっこいしょ。
50 coating kind of goes away really quickly, no?
さいやっさ。この調子で行くぜ。
Don't know if I need more Toby stuff. I mean, I'm using a Toby bow, but I cannot really upgrade it further, so maybe not. I guess we can just go for the Narga. Boom.
さすが俺。さあらよ。達成。そら行け。 見つけた。
Oh,
行きますよ。覚 覚悟はいいですか。
Oh my god.
本気にさせました。蹴散らします。来るぜ。気をつけろ。カウンター。こいつで仕留めるぜ。
Ow. I think just iframe that one.
家畜の進撃だぜ。
Oh, we got territory hits.
こいつで仕留めるぜ。何かしてくるぞ。いい総流だったぜ。派手に行こうぜ。こいつで仕留めるぜ。容赦しませんよ。この豪徳だ。手加減なしです。
Ooh.
容赦しませんよ。こいつで仕留めるぜ。
Oh my god, I whipped the head. I whipped the tail. That was crazy.
この豪徳だ。蹴散らします。逃しませんよ。最強だ。盛り上がっていこうぜ。
Uh-oh.
追跡開始だ。
My god, my bow is so sloppy.
はいよ。素材は無駄にしませんよ。ありがたくいただくぜ。
What is it doing?
こいつで仕留めるぜ。
Oh my god. No.
来るぜ。気をつけろ。この豪徳だ。
It's almost dead already? I didn't even get the tail. I'll be careful with my shots a few times, I guess. Oh. Okay, okay. That was kind of punk.
攻撃だ。しませんよ。楽しかったぜ。
Where's the tail?
取らせていただきます。
I was surprised that my last few shots actually hit.
どれどれ。
Oh
楽しいね
Dragon Piercer is a lot. It hits a lot less times, but oh my god, it's a water orb. I'm getting all the shinies now. The game's being nice to me. Yeah, Dragon Piercer hits for a lot less hits, but it deals a lot more damage, I feel like. Kinda weird.
ごきげんよう。
Hunting helpers, account item 7. Oh, it gives one 2 lucky nibble.
お気をつけて。
Hit lesser in this game since you have a method to skip the ground dragging animation. Initiate it faster? Oh, I didn't even know about that. You can skip the initial, like, drag? Weird.
よっしゃ
Upgrades large barrel bombs to mega barrel bombs. Flex the dodgeball counter into Dragon Piercer. Oh, okay. Power may increase the power of shots and arrows. Oh, that's really nice. I'll go for... Where's the Dango fighter? This one. Use the ticket. Skips the initial bits. Oh, the dodge bolt is kind of like doing the thing already. I didn't know. That's kind of cool. Okay.
しゃ
お待ちしておりました。受注可能なクエストはこちらです。 いってらっしゃいませ。
Ooh, pale extract. Oh, these are money things. Yeah. I need it. Oh wait, let me check the armor real quick.
はいいらっしゃい
Oh, I was trying to make Narga's armor.
やるぞ
Yeah, I need more Narga stuff. It's okay.
バリバリ
Well, thanks for sticking with me, even though this is not exactly a very interesting stream to look at.
力が溢れてくるぜ
Yeah, I should drink. Oh, we have Lutrov. Oh, I only have one camp. Oh no.
そら行け
It's always an interesting stream, Kobo. Well, I'm glad you think so.
順調だ 頼むぜ 人 かり行くぜ。この調子で行くぜ。
SSR is sacred. don't bully the spongy boy. Don't bully the spongy boy. Okay, go for that spell.
はいよ。いただくぜ。よっしゃ。
Maybe people can mod sacred into this game, right?
派手に行こうぜ。俺こそが最強だ。
Oh,
俺のお供は完全無欠だ。相手が悪かったな。容赦しませんよ。
oh, I got one hit in.
覚悟はいいですか。俺こそが最強だ。手加減なしです。
Really?
逃しませんよ。来るぜ。気をつけろ。
Oh,
盛り上がっていこうぜ。仕掛けてくるぞ。
not like this.
蹴散らします。
Oh,
容赦しませんよ。俺こそが手加減なしです。派手に行こうぜ。
oh, re.
行きますよ。
Getting bullied by the Ludrovs here.
ありがたくいただくぜ。 容赦しませんよ。盛り上がっていこうぜ。
Oh, you got the tail.
行きますよ。
Oh, I thought I dodged bolt.
覚悟はいいですか。手加減な。この調子で行くぜ。来るぜ。気をつけろ。このごとくだ。本気にさせましたね。おらおら行くぞ。 容赦しませんよ。相手が悪かったな。仕掛けてくるぞ。
Oh. I didn't think you're gonna do the follow-up.
このごとくだ。
Oh,
罠にはまって
can we
るぜ。
capture?
盛り上がっていこうぜ。本気にさせましたね。何かしてくるぞ。蹴散らします。俺こそが最強だ。
I didn't even see that we can capture it.
完遂だな。 狩人の特権だ。ありがたくいた
I
だくぜ。
realized, of course, Narix is gonna go hunt Royal Ludrov. It's food.
そらいけ。
Valstrax eats, well, Valstrax eats Ludrov.
ほらい。
forgot where the camp is. I don't know if you guys can hear the construction noise that's going on outside. I'm sorry about that.
何かあるな。
Apparently there's something that's been done wrong in the house and we're trying to like sort of fix it now. It's like it affects the government stuff. It's no big deal, no. It's a small issue.
叩くぜ。
I think it's the if I remember correctly, it's the last time we renovate our house, right? And then the people who renovate our house somehow just fucking covers up the entire like a place where the shithole is supposed to where the government workers can access the shithole and then they can like you know clean that shithole. I know it's called shithole, but excess feces place, right? In a way they clean the stuff, right? And then somehow that place is getting covered, so when the government arrives, when the government workers arrive, like I think it was like 3 days ago, they mentioned that, oh yeah, the thing is being like, yeah, sewage, the sewage is getting blocked. Thank you. Sewage is getting blocked, and then yeah, we have to now try to at least get it back up, like get it accessible again. So that's why a lot of hammering going on outside currently. We found someone to like easily
叩くぜ。
crack that cement open, so it's not too much of a big deal, but it's also kind of scary to be honest. Because from what I heard, apparently it was like
取った。
5 years ago, it was also blocked. So God knows what's inside that sewage now. I didn't know about that until like 3 days ago. My mom told me, it's like, oh wow, now you say it? Oh no. Oh no.
頼むぜ。
Oh, is Narix at the camp area? How long has Narix been there? I didn't see.
Say yes, sir.
What the heck? Oh, are you above? Lẩu teng à? Oh. Lẩu teng à? CLA. Macam mana saya pergi lẩu teng à? Oh, I see it, okay.
Alright. Alright, kid.
Hmm.
頼むぜ。
You? Hi, Jade. What's going on?
いただくぜ。取った。よっしゃ。
Discover suitable location for a stop cam? Yay. Our kobo? Yeah, you're right.
失礼。
I like being a kobo.
はいよ。いただくぜ。
Hmm? Oh. Okay.
さあらよ。この調子で行くぜ。
Oh. Yay. I think that's the... I think this... Oh, this camp. Thank you. Can I not fly in this game? Oh no. No flying allowed.
頼むぜ。
There's no Malzino yet. I could play my main account to get Malzino. Who do we have? Shockproof so I can't launch either ways? Oh. Oh, shockproof also affects you towards the other people? Oh my god, I'm on the tail so hard, so bad. Not like this. Oh. What?
お気をつけて。手加減なしです。仕掛けてくるぞ。仕掛けてきますよ。要注意だ。気を抜くなよ。覚悟はいいですか。手加減なしで止めるぜ。この高速だ。本気にさせましたね。覚悟はいいですか。こいつで仕留めるぜ。
This side's getting higher than usual for the tail.
Counter. この高速だ。
Not like that.
熱くの進撃だぜ。
I think that was not a tail hit as well, holy shit. Oh.
派手に行こうぜ。
The voice randomly steals Jade and runs away. Oh dear, Jade got stolen by random
手が
voice.
悪かったな。
Jake being stolen by random boys? Ow! Wow. I thought I was doing the dodgeball. I want to steal Jade too. Oh. That's mine now.
っしゃ素材は無駄にしませんぞ。この調子で行くぜ。もらうぜ。
It just arrived.
ホグとしますか。何かあるな。
236. I guess Zeus and Brekkie is not here yet.
よっしゃ。この調子で行くぜ。逃しませんよ。行きますよ。そら行け。行こうぜ。
Wait, this is engine up here? I think that's a bit too far. Or not. Another one. Ow, holy shit, it hurt. I think I'm okay. Let's see if capture to exploit later. Well, Kobo needs it. Kobo need as much dragon as possible. Instead, Kobo needs many 10 dragons. I need 10 dragons. Actually, no, never enough. I'm a greedy bone. Do I play heavy bowgun and then just like cry? Because heavy bowgun has the best plushy weapon. need one more claw for that. Oh, this one looks crazy. Oh, this one looks really cool as well. Gale crossbow? I thought you great Izuchi tail. Where? Bouquet launcher? Anteka burst? Who has the best best heavy bow gun? Jelly? Rampage bowgun? Heavy bowgun sticky bombs in Rise was absolutely broken. Sticky bomb, huh? Since I never really played any bowgun or heavy bowgun at all in all Monster Hunter games, so because my mindset is always like, if I want to play heavy bowgun, I might as well just boot up Counter-Strike. I know it's a toxic mentality, alright. I'm not perfect. Ooh, this one has a little sticky bomb 1 2 3, stick cluster bomb 1 2 3. Wait, that looks really fun. Can I make this? Fuck, I wish I have enough money. Everyone knows the sticky bombs in Rise were made from mousy milk. Dang. I might just eat the mousy milk. Oh my god. I'm sorry, what? Ooh, I can. Oh wait, I can customize it. Huh? Little guess Counter-Strike as a comparison, maybe Lost Planet? I never played Lost Planet. Not too sure what that is. But shield is always better, right? Narimasho. Spread effect, shrapnel effect. Loading of all shrapnel ammo increases ammo capacity. Red? Normal? What? Let's do a shrapnel. Oh wait, I forgot to change the thing. Yeah, I can change it there. Oh, I can do shrapnel tree, sticky tree. He gave me barrel bomb for that? Yeah, Mizu gun. counter charger. Oh, I played heavy bowgun before? Oh, it's a parry, okay.
集会所へようこそ。どのクエストになさいますか？ホムラの加護がありますように。
Bunny Tanko. Gears?
さてと
What? What? Here?
飛燕万丈力が溢れてくるぜ。
Oh, do you still have shockproof? What? Why is my bullet flying sideways? Why is my bullet flying sideways? Oh my god, I'm throwing curveball, hello? Oh, deviation? Oh, that's what it means. Ooh. Oh my god, I'm just holding its tail. Oh, we lose health. It's okay, I have a lot of like first aid med. Mm. Oh, my doggy felt it. Could you launch my doggo? Oh. Doggo hurts. We have solo cat. We have Kazoo. Did you pick up the subquest from the camps? No, I forgot. My brain doesn't work today. Hmm. It's okay. I'll remember. I think next time. Hopefully, maybe.
一つ完遂だな。取った。いただくぜ。 頼むぜ。
Oh, this is a. I think that's a transport item. Oh.
ほら。そらいけ。はいよ。取った。
Oh my god, I'm heavy. Oh. What's the counter? Oh. Okay, so all is wolf? Let's go. Oh. Oh.
何かしてくるぞ。狙われてるぞ。仕掛けてくるぞ。
Oh, got him. Cluster bomb. Yeah, cluster bomb. Cluster bomb. Ow. Oh wait, I cannot cut tails though. I don't think there's an ammo that can cut tails. What shrapnel? What? Slicing ammo? That's a thing? Oh, oh. That just shoots randomly? Oh, so many hits. Oh my god. I'm the best.
ありがたくいただくぜ。頂戴します。狩人の特権だ。取らせていただきます。ありがたくいただくぜ。そらいけ。何かあるな。 重ださあよ
I should get them more stuff so I can sell them for money. I feel like shrapnel is really good. It just hits everything. Does this actually like heal?
俺のお供は完全無欠だ
Oh! That was open.
行きますよ本気にさせましたね来るぜ気をつけろ
Oh, I think that's EP.
血の巣にしてやるぜ俺こそが最強だ
Oh.
行きますよ
Oh, I didn't hit it. It's this guy. It's this guy. The small one hit them. Pop, 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 pop.
水源注意だ仕掛けてくるぞ
Oh, whoa.
何かしてくるぞ
Oh my god. Oh, whoa. Does Anjana has that move? I never seen that one before.
移動したか
Heavy Boga is way too hard, man. Holy shit.
素材は無駄にしませんぞもらうぜ もらいせいやっさ
Oh. Oh wait, I think I should have been able to like write Anjana right after.
決まったぜ今だ完璧
speedrun? This gun doesn't have slicing ammo. Oh. 3 plates? I have nothing. No! My luck ran out. My luck ran out. Oh. Oh, it's Ibushi. Tackle? Shoulder check with robust functionality prevents flinching and knockback when attack may get useful for offensive situations. Never to receive significant or caution is advised. Impressive damage and may even stun your target if a shield is equipped. Incoming attacks can be blocked while executing your attack. Ooh. That's kinda cute. I guess Great Sword Tackle is not bad. Oh, it's Rampage. I think if it's Rampage, I should not be playing Heavy Bowgun. I should be playing Hammer instead. Diablos? Love Hammer, love the parry? Yeah. Oh my god, it's the weirdest looking monster ever. Not a big fan of base rice boss. Ibushi Narwa is not what I like, honestly. So Ibushi is essentially just a simp, right? A simp. Where's my queen? Hammer is really fun. Maidenless, exactly. You guys are putting out auto stuff? What did I play this again?
役目を果たせよ。
俺のお供よ。
get that, but okay. Don't do it. Oh, I'm riding. Oh, Zeus. Oh, Zeus is here. Slip, 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 slip. Ooh. Slip, slip, slip. Do we have machine cannon already?
まさに奮闘
No any cannon.
頼んだぜ やってやろうぜ
Oh, let me grab that real quick. I didn't realize Zeus is already here.
ドカンとぶちかまそうぜ いざ
みんな元気
Let's see that. Oh, 2 hits. My thing broke. Which one? Whoa.
本物が出た。
Whoa.
頭上注意です。
おお、相手が悪かったな。
一気に行こ
一気に攻めましょう。回復したぜ。ああ、ここからだぜ。
う。場がまなでしよう。
要注意だ。気を抜くなよ。いいぞ。こそが最強だ。
I pressed the wrong button. I see we have a machine cannon now.
やるの。
いつでも可能です。爆弾を仕掛けました。
ここからが本番だぜ。
今のうちに。
爆弾仕掛けたぜ。ドカンとぶちかまそうぜ。これでよし。外もに立ちよう。
He's good chin.
命なき飛行。 来るぜ。気をつけろ。
皆様武器を。
進行されてるよ。
I think I remember how to do this too.
頼みますよ。
やってやろうぜ。頼んだぜ。
Oh no. Oh, that's damage with a hammer. I feel I'm not playing wilds. It's not that fun. Fugen! Fugen!
容赦しませんよ。いますよ。
Using hammer, I couldn't get the tail.
全てをぶつけます。このごとく
Going for the big one.
蹴散らします。動きを逃すな。 狙われてるぞ。容赦しませんよ。蹴散らします。いつで仕留めるぜ。
We take those. Holy shit! Poor thing didn't stand a chance.
頂戴します。ありがたくいただくぜ。研ぐとしますか。下流。
I guess there's no RP there yet for now. Jameson. Hi, Jameson. Dragon. Hell yeah, I'm an Itsuchi.
姉様。胸騒ぎは収まりました。いぶしまき彦はいずこか遠くへ立ち去ったようです。
これで百竜夜行は収束していくはずと言いたいところで下婚
You wanna play now?
いぶしまき彦が現れた理由。姉様のおっしゃっていた対の存在。
謎は謎のままだな。日野屋、美濃と里の衆にはまだ警戒を解くなと伝えろ。
かしこまりました、佐藤さん。
There's more. Oh, that's S plus? I feel like I missed so many things. Oh. Oh. It's only Wyvern Gen and Bird Wyvern Gem? Was it Beast Gem? I already forgot. Gosh, my brain is really not here today.
受付いたします。集会所へようこそ。
Oh, there's more, okay. We need to do 2 more? It's bonk.
ご分
I wanna bonk the doggo.
行くぜ。
Baggy, baggy, baggy? Maybe it's time to make some new armor.
やあこんにちは。
Oh, I can make full Mizu armor? Hmm. Claw. Yeah, I need more claw.
納得いくま
I
でゆ
need
っくり
4 more
選んでくださ
claw.
いね。
Yeah.
時間はい
I'll
くら
click
でも
here,
あり
have
ます
fun
から。
grinding more. Thank you, Narix. I'll grind more.
やるぞ。ありがとうございました。
What if I mix armor? Is it gonna look cool? Oh wait. What if I... That looks kind of funny and cool actually. We do 1 more Mizu, can I? No money. No money. Kobo is broke. We do 5999. We love Kuka. I was sort of busy the moment we were supposed to start, but nobody has said anything, so I assume it wasn't today. Maybe I should have said something. Sorry about that. I always said that I want to like do another day of, you know, every day together. I should definitely say something about it then. I think maybe on either Thursday or Friday my time we can do like another day. Breaky has not appeared on my stream yet. Let me check. Looks like it. Oh, wait, I can check here. Yeah, not here as well.
腕が鳴ります。作りますか？鍛えますか？かしこまりました。応援してます。
I mean, that works. Narga with Mizu armor. Wait, should I not put decorations? The perfect build. Free meal geologist and botanist. Oh, I already ate, okay.
出発。燃えてきたぜ。さてと。一
Rathalos.
つ完遂だな。
Toby? Is Toby and... Oh, Toby and the doggo is together. I guess I can go for Rathalos first. Running out the static? I don't mind getting a rub now.
一狩り行くぜ。俺のお供は完全無欠。来るぜ。気をつけろ。
Ooh, that was fast. Instant. Everything still hits when I'm moving. Oh no, everything still hits when I'm moving.
なかったっけ
Has this always been the case with Fractalus? Or is it only this game?ここからが本番だぜ。おら。おらい。取った。何かしてくるぞ。カウンター。実を食らいな。 I released the wrong button. Ow.
来るぜ。気をつけろ。
The big boy. Let's go. Oh, I feel like my hammer is kind of sloppy. Just a little bit, no? Just a little bit.
もらいいただくぜ
Ooh. Oh. I think it's faster if I fully charge it first and then do it immediately. Yeah. I hit something. Maybe using hammer against rifles is a tiny bit difficult. I don't really have a lot of moves that can like hit airborne other than that charging spinning bludgeon. That one is really good, but it's kinda hard to hit and kinda hard to aim. Just a little bit though. Uh-oh. Oh.
決まったぜ。言うこと聞きな。
think I can touch Reckless anymore, that's gonna kill. Any single damage is going to kill Reckless.
大成功だ。
Alright, we good, we good.
ここに罠があるぜ。今だ。追跡開始だ。
Oh. I think I already have a little Toby, so I'm gonna skip that. Gonna skip Toby for now.
いただくぜ。
Oh. Oh, that's timely. I thought they're the one in Thunderblight. Wait, there's no offset. Where am I aiming at? Oh my god. And wait, what the strike? I need. One of them. I think it's time to play. Time to play Water Strike only. That's the reason. Hello, hello. How you doing? Oh. Not good, I'm afraid, today. That's why I'm kind of doing a low energy, just being here kind of stream. Yeah. I did something wrong. Shit. Another one? Oh no. Oh no. Everything hits.
All girl hugs for the kobo. Shush is the bestest girl.
I water striked. Another one, right? Should've just rolled. Okay, quick charge. I am so not used to Xenoker's stuff when I'm using hammer. Because I usually just use lens and just block everything. Oh. I'm not doing good against this Sinoga. Oh no. Hi Sarah. You coffee with sleeping 14-8 hours a day? It's in here like oh, I missed it. Yeah, for me it's like I did something big last night and I didn't think it's gonna affect me that much, but apparently it does. A lot of different charge timings that I don't get. But I guess I don't mind sharing it again. It is kind of dumb though, but but before anything though, I hope you are doing good. Despite me being low energy and sad, still hope you are doing good. Very important stuff. Have you been soon? Oh. I think just kind of take some time, but I'll be fine.
Pat 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 pat. Infinte pats.
I feel like it's kind of like dumb to be sad over this, but at first I feel that way too, but when I feel sad, I just feel like I cannot help it. Wait, 69. Ooh, that was gonna kill. So, one maybe? You can turn me off the stream if you like, just focus on enjoying streaming. Oh, thank you, Sarah. No, but I think I'm okay with like sharing it on stream. I did share it just now when I first started. It is exactly that thing. And I made a big decision last night. I think you might be able to kind of guess what I did. Considering my reaction, you know. Ridiculous. Okay, this is second hit after. Oh. Okay, that was good.
完璧だぜ俺のお供よ
I'm getting kind of used to the hammer now. It's more like a bad reaction. You have the emotional reaction, that's perfectly understandable. Sorry to hear about it. I guess, yeah. It's valid to cry and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Totally. No, I dodged though. We almost got him. I guess we capture now or not. I think there's enough time. Got him. Very valid. Don't know what happened, but the end so it open. Oh. I can talk about it. Am I blind or does the monster not have health bar? Monster Hunter has always been a game where there's no health bar. You have to observe the reaction of the monster to sort of guess how much health left, right? But ever since Rise, it's a lot easier to tell if the monster is like weak and capturable. Yeah. So I guess I can talk about it again if you guys don't mind. So a few months back, actually no, I'm not gonna go from like, oh, it is 69, it has been 69 years. I'm not gonna start from the beginning, right? But all you need to know about this is that this relationship used to mean a shit ton to me, because how I got this master/pet relationship with him is that he's the first one that I trusted a lot, and he's the first person where I had a heart-to-heart talk with and open up my heart with, and I trusted him a lot. So yeah, that's pretty much the situation. I trust him like a shit ton, but yeah, so it started about 2 years ago when he started to ignore me almost constantly, right? almost constantly, and then would stop by after a few months, just talk to me like 1 or 2 messages, and then gone for more months, right? And then about earlier this year, I decided to be vocal about my feelings, right? So my feelings about me feeling neglected, and I do understand that real life stuff can be busy, right? So I don't mind I don't mind being given attention, like once per week or once per month. I don't mind, right? My frosty artist sunglasses. Hi, welcome. Right, it's a cute cow. Oh my god, look at that. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a really cute cow. Oh my god. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Anyways, right? I started to become more vocal about how I feel, and then he was like, okay, yeah, I was really neglectful, didn't talk to me for months on end, being ignored. So it was okay for a bit, I guess. And then he would check on me like once per few weeks, which I'm okay with, right? But then it is about like it only lasted once or twice, and then I got ignored constantly again. And then the thing is, me being ignored is one thing, but then he's just outside hanging out with everyone else, talking to everyone else online other than me, you know. Like I see that, I totally see that. So I was really sad because of that, right? Being neglected, being left out. So I started to be vocal again. I told him that I really feel like ignored and neglected again, but my message has been ignored till this day, still being ignored, right? And last night I decided to drop the I'm dropping the master pet relationship, because clearly I'm not good enough for him, that he doesn't really care about me at all, right? And clearly that he has a lot more other people to hang out with other than me. So at first I thought I was doing the right thing, maybe I am doing the right thing, but I thought it's not gonna affect me as much. But boy oh boy, last night I was broken, I was crying. It's like, because it's like a first meaningful, I guess, relationship that I can think of, right? I've always been a person who's very closed off. I don't accept anyone. I know, right? It's weird for me to say that. I don't really just open up my heart to anyone. But then recently on stream, I feel like I can do that, right? I've realized that I've been more open about the stuff, like my stuff that's been going on, to chat, you know, on Twitch. I mean, of course, not my personal life and everything like that. I don't want to dox myself, right? But yeah, with those kind of stuff, since I'm able to be more open heart, right, on Twitch, so I figured that yeah, it's time to drop the relationship. Like I need to realize that I don't need to rely on him to make me feel happy, right? Like honestly, for the past years, that I've been sort of like really want to interact with him, but I can't get any attention, right? Because he's clearly just ignoring me for years, doesn't really care about me. Like if I were to check my Telegram right now, there's still nothing going on. Yeah. So, and then last seen recently, and then it's like it's sad. Like I feel, what I feel about this is I feel that I'm so not needed by him. I feel like I'm not even the second choice. I'm like the last choice for him. You know what I mean? It honestly is just kind of depressing. Sorry, I just I'm good. Just gonna need some time to process this. Also, hi comic. I'm sorry I have to come into this one. I promise I'll be fine. Just I need more time for this thing. Thank you, Sarah. I didn't. I didn't think too much about this yesterday, but no, it's not like I didn't think too much. I didn't think it's gonna affect me this much. I thought I was like steeled enough to like tell him how I feel and then just be like, yeah, I'm good. But apparently that broke me. Shit. Surprise, surprise. So that is what led me here. I am very I'm very sort of like extremely bummed. So yeah, hopefully that sheds some light with why I'm feeling this way. Right? I don't mind sharing this, to be honest. I feel like it's nice to be open about something. I don't want to be like, oh, I feel... I always don't like the feeling of like, I feel... Let's say I feel sad, and then someone asks me about it. Like, if I'm being open about me being sad, right? And then when people ask me about it, and then if I don't talk to them about it, I feel weird. It's like, I'm okay sharing why I'm sad, right? I don't want to be like mysterious, El Mysterio. Like, Oh, that's Rathalos. And it's also why I kind of decided to just stream Rise for a little bit. Rise is like a Monster Hunter game where I can actually just turn off brain and hunt. Because Rise, to me personally, is like the easiest Monster Hunter to play. Like the easiest one by far. I would play Wilds, but my PC would explode if I play Wilds. Oh, there's no frame one? Shoryuken is no frame one? PC no go boom? Hopefully not, hopefully not. This one is not too intensive, this is fine. Where's my counter? Shuriken is so weird. It doesn't work most of the time. Is it time to... Can I fart with Volvidon? I feel like I can. Okay, no farting, no farting. Okay. I can lem them. Get them lemmed? Hey, that name. Cobra? Am I the Cobra? Oh my god. I think I'm the Cobra. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I don't like an instant move. I think Rathalos is just hard. It's just kind of hard to deal with in general. I wanna get the tail. I was playing hammer just now, I didn't get the tail. Oh my god, the tension. There we go. Oh my god, that's a really far You just flew from here to the start of the map? Crazy.
撤退するぜ
Crazy. I don't want to fight 4v down. I don't want to get shit on, literally. Well, okay, maybe not shit, but 4v on parts. I don't like that. Wait.
はいよ
Deal with this thing first.
ありがたくいただくぜ
Okay, we go.
この豪徳だ
What the heck? I don't have enough bug.
何かしてくるぞ
There we go. Instant. There we go.
相手が悪かったな この豪徳だ
Maybe my sword and shield is not clean at all.
頼むぜ
Not clean.
からが本番だぜいただくぜ
Ooh.
早く治療を
Ow. That's not too bad. Target is Somno Cave? Okay, okay. I thought I went the wrong way. I think there's something I need from Gajang. Oh, do. Was way too early. Wow, Sword and Shield fighting against Somno Cat feels really good. Oh, hi Red Devil. Welcome. Oh, drink? Okay, I will drink. Let me fight this thing real quick. I think it's almost like... Okay. Take it. that's not a stun. I thought that's a stun. How's the hunting going? Pretty good. Just now had Narek's help for a few hunts. Oh, I didn't see what you're doing. Ooh. Okay, this is good.
罠を設置したぞ。一斉攻撃だ。
Alright, we got him. It's kind of funny how in in Rise you do triangle, triangle O, triangle, triangle O, triangle, triangle O for big damage. Oh, I forgot about R2O. You can just R2O in between strings to block. Oh, I forgot. Also, hope you're doing good, rock level. I don't remember if I said that. Oh.
ごきげんよう。それではまた。
Oh,
期待しとるぞ。
Urakna Kadaki?
日の絵姉さん特別なクエストご確認ください。ご分を。
To be honest, I like Rise more than Wilds. Oh yeah. I mean, I like all of them. I cannot really like. It's really hard for me to choose one out of like the Monster Hunter to like. I kind of like all of them. All have their own like. All have their own good stuff, you know. Like World feels a lot more grounded. I love World. Like if I want to choose out three of them, I might choose World actually. I love World because World feels so grounded. Rise just feels like it's super easy. It's a good time just like hunting. Hunt goes by really fast. There has Malzeno in there as well in Rise, so that's also pretty good. Wilds is... I mean, we don't talk about graphical fidelity, but Wilds is like lots of crazy anime move, right? Like somehow it's even crazier than Rise, but also feels in between, right? Wilds feels like it's in between Rise and World. Like a good balance, right? And then of course Sacred is very, very nice. I can choose for you which one has more boob. None? Rakna Kadaki. Do we go Explosion? I haven't played Explosion in a long time. Let me see what Explosion can I make.
ようこそ。あ、どうします？
Why level 3? I want normal. If I remember correctly, normal is like
強
good.
さだけではなく見た目も大事
Normal
に
has
したい
the
で
most
すよ
shell,
ね
I think.
それでついつい悩んでしまうお気持ちわかりますよ
Blue Dwarf Harpoon? Benahabra Dragon? That's a weird looking... Yeah. Apex Venom Spike? High Nature Dragon must grab and take Kobold. It's okay, Dragon can always take Kobold. I'm okay with that. I guess we can use the Aknosom one. This one. It's normal. It doesn't cost too much.
かしこまりました毎度あり
Guard reload. Yo! Into both shells and worm stake. Reloads fewer rounds at once. Difference in round reload is negligible if gun lands with smaller capacity. What? Oh, this is after attacking. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, American Battle. Can I upgrade my armor?
加工屋はこちら
Oh, I totally can.
やるぞ
I should upgrade a little bit. I feel I'm dying a little bit too easily.
かしこまりましたやるぞ任せてくださいやるぞ応援してます
I'll buy these. I can just use Lucky Apple actually. Yeah. Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Good girl bitties for a good girl that deserves all the huggles and pats. Pat pat pat.
Thank you, Evie. That's a lot of gems, oh my god. Release when charged. R2O. Oh, Blast Dash! Wait, that's really fucking good. Thank you, Evie. Best move for gunlands. It's legs. Queen. Oh my god, it's Nexus again. Hell yeah. Just know your love and always have us support. Yeah. I remember that too. It is also why it's because I remember that I feel valued here. It's also why I decided to do that. Basario Somnar Cat. I'm using I'm using gunlines. Maybe I can bully Basarios for a little bit. Let me try. Basarios always gave me a hard time.
叩くぜ順調だ
And sometimes I'm a little bit worried that I'm glad you guys think that this is a cozy space. And sometimes I feel like I feel like the space is not as cozy but more boring. You know what I mean? I think from bits at once it's gonna fish 5 times. Oh shit. Did I just whip them? Oh. Like the one shot that partner? Of course, of course. Have a good time with partner, Evie. Oh my god, with the blast dash, Gundam suddenly become very fun to play. Let's get them. I have select. Comments is with the blast dash edition, the comments is so fucking good. Because the only problem is always like I have to do micro adjustments or like way too much movement, or like when the monster is too far I cannot get in. And then with blast dash it just negates everything. I can just get in every time. Whoa. It might too. There was a run charge? I didn't recognize that. Oh. Weight expander supremacy. There was a little more shorter there, but this might be dead, I think. No? Okay. Let me take those. Okay. Gunland is absolutely cooking, you know? I didn't know you can do so many times. Okay, Gunlet is officially the funnest weapon now. The blast dash, holy shit. Oh, Smoother is here. Oh, I didn't block in time. Can he chase me like this? Oh, okay. I'm definitely not cooking with that one. Oh my god. Nope. What? I got blocked until there's no tomorrow. Oh, unblockable. I don't believe I need guard up for that. Aww. No, Gauntlet is way too fun. Like, the blast dash? Holy shit. I am just too late. Can I block this? That's a no one. Okay, fair enough. So, gas attacks are not blockable. Oh. I guess it's really cool, but I'm not really doing a lot of damage against it. Unless this thing is tanky as hell. I feel like the numbers that I'm doing is pretty high. Considering 20 damage each shell, and then each burst is like 100 damage. And I'm doing it quite often as well. I'm not sure. I feel like the damage is pretty nice. I thought that was close enough. No, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I feel like maybe Basarios is just tanky in general. Of course, it's gonna take a while to like fight it. It's a dragon made of rocks. I feel like I could eat rock. I could eat some rocks. Wait a minute. Rocks do be kind of delicious though. Oh yeah. Oh, I keep focusing on the sad thing. I forgot about the good thing. So tonight I have a pickleball session with friends actually. So that can get my mind off things. Yeah, I focus too much on the sad stuff. I should focus on the good stuff. Yeah. Yummy rocks, exactly. We love rocks. I love rocks. Everyone loves rocks. Good crunch.
さすが俺
Could use some salt, you know, but a rock on its own, it's pretty good.
よっしゃ
So yeah, playing pickleball tonight. Exciting. If you're asking for more salt, let's just eat a salt rock. That's a little bit barbaric, I think. Okay, I'm joking. But yeah, salt rock could work too. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh. You just threw your baby out? Oh. I think that's unblockable. Step. I forgot how you work. That's fine. Unblockable. Oh no, there's two. I forgot how the spooder work. Unblockable.
くそ
It's not my armor problem this time, it's actually just pure skill issue.
頼むぜ いただくぜ
I have so much volatile coal. Ooh.
いただくぜ
Oh Wait, it's blockable?
オラオラ行くぞ
Got him.
打ち抜いてやるぜ 飛ばす 蜂の巣にしてやるぜ
That looks kinda juicy. Wait, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Whoa. What was that? Oh. Right, I tried to like get over the second one, but guess what? Oh, it's a little bit too late. I was a little bit too late. Juicy. I mean, does it not though? It kind of looked juicy. It's like my kobo tendencies are coming out. What do I think for 100? I thought that's gonna hit. Ooh. Fire bear. Wait. Oh, can't believe I didn't recognize that. I don't think that's blockable. I got extremely lucky there. Don't like that. wasn't paying attention and feel my background. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's just something juicy. Did I not hit him? Maybe I can. You know what? It's... Oh. Can we take those? Oh. Get him hit. Oh my god, I couldn't aim. Gunlance is extremely fun, holy shit. the blast dash makes Gunlance 10 times more fun. That was lucky. Nice. Yeah, I had a feeling. What are you doing? I actually didn't recognize what they're trying to do.
蜂の巣にしてやるぜ。 来るぜ、気をつけろ。
Oh, nice. I thought I didn't have enough time. Oh. So God reloads 3 bullets?
はいよ。ここからが本番だぜ。
3 bullets is not bad. If I'm playing not normal shots, if I'm playing like long or wide shots, I think God reload is like extremely good. But God reload on its own is already pretty good, so yeah. I know I said this already, but thanks for sticking with me, even though this stream is like, not a lot going on. It's just me hunting, turn off brain and hunt, that kind of thing. Uh oh, I got lucky. Alright.
派手に行こうぜ。 飛ばす。相手が悪かったな。 蜂の巣にしてやるぜ。 派手に行こうぜ。
Oh wow.
盛り上がっていこうぜ。
We take those.
打ち抜いてやるぜ。 この高徳だ。 罠をした一斉攻撃だ。
Okay.
頼むぞ。よし。
That's not that fast actually. Shit. But I did do some damage towards Ragnakadaki, so it should be fine. I think, hopefully.
はいよ
Oh my god, Scooter.
決まったぜさあ盛り上がっていこうぜ動けこの体
Got him. Way too early. Ooh. 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 Getting schmixed. I should just stayed. And in the spin, right? 10 minutes left for this? I think it's entirely possible. Nice.
したか。
This might get a little spicy.
そら行け。小石の出番だぜ。
I didn't think about my damage not being enough. That's lucky. Unblockable! Okay, there we go. Ooh, that's fine. Oh, I thought you were attacking. Okay, not too bad. That's like what, 44 minutes? Hunting 3 monsters? Not the best, but it's something. Oh? Oh, am I finding Narwa now? New items? Very nice. Oh. Oh, I already have them. See? No new stuff actually.
受付いたします。ごきげんよう。受注可能なクエストはこちらです。
Oh, it's just straight up 7-star? Oh wait, no, that was already the urgent. I forgot Ragnakadaki is an urgent quest. Oh my god. Alright, what do we do? We can go Stinky Mizu.
またどうぞ。
Stinky Mizu. Can I upgrade any like gun lanes?
フグのこと、それではまた。作りますか？鍛えますか？
Narga Fang? Zinoga in Narga? Long level 5. This one feels pretty strong though.
納得いくまでゆっくり選んでくださいね。時間はいくらでもありますから。
I shouldn't be looking at a new weapon, I have no money.
またのお越しを。
Hi Breen. Howitzer? I hardly know Witzer. Oh my god.
よっしゃ
It feels like a lot of words can be used with a no Witzer. I hardly know her. How Breen is doing it. We can fight this one.
いってらっしゃいませ。
I don't have any word because it's stupid makes me laugh. Hey, as long as it makes you laugh, good.
出発
Even though I'm not too sure what that means, but hey.
まず頂点
With one question mark?
どっこいしょ
Oh, what? There's already Beetlejuice? Oh my god. I hold the gun ready for bed. Had a good time with Death Stranding 2 as usual, so I'm gonna wait until the next time I can stream it to see more awesome dumb stuff. Yeah, I saw you were playing Death Stranding 2 for a bit. I'm glad you had fun. Alright, we're fighting Big Beetlejuice now, I guess. Okay, blockable. Oh my god. Ooh. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is kind of tough to deal with when I'm gunlens. But it's okay, I got this. I mean, using longsword is too easy anyway. Quick step, quick step, quick step. Beetlejuice is fine.
行くぜ
Oh my god, Beetlejuice is so fast. Holy shit.
大成功だ
Ooh.
盛り上がっていこうぜ
Yeah. Oh my god. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
打ち抜いてやるぜ。蜂の巣にしてやるぜ。
These things are really hard to kill. Holy shit.
狩人の特権だ。
Oh, Diablos is coming.
頼むぜ。切れ味がよみがえれ。
Don't shout. It's fine. Okay. I wanna find Beetlejuice first.
もらい順調だ。打ち抜いてやるぜ。はいよ。蜂の巣にしてやるぜ。何かしてくるぞ。
Oh my god. That's all fun. I didn't mean to scream and die. That's gonna explode me.
蜂の巣にしてやるぜ。飛ばす。頼むぜ。
It's so hard to land a hit.
いただくぜ。
Oh. There we go. I thought that's a hit. I'll do it again. Oh. Gunman sidestep has been buffed, it feels like. Holy shit. It covers so much ground now. Do more gunman things. The wyvern? I can. It's the wyvern, oh my god. I can have enough time. What were you playing? Well, welcome. Etrian Odyssey? Oh! I think I raided in last time when you were playing that as well. Thank you to... And the Malzino, of course. Best dragon. Welcome in, raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Get the thigh? Actually, I'm gonna get the thigh after this hunt then. Hi, Foofy. It's gonna long today. 13 hours. Gonna go self-care and stuff. Of course, of course. Take care of yourself too. Thank you, thank you. Get that rest. Very important. Welcome to a bit of a low energy stream. I mean, I hardly talk this stream, I feel like. I'm just sort of turning off brain and hunt. Oh. Oh.
絶対に狩る。総流始めるぜ。
Oh. Are you gonna charge again? Oh my god, you're too slow. And oh my god, it kept hitting. Okay. We take those.
決まったぜ。
Don't use side strong. It's kind of bad. Kill them, Diablos, kill them.
終わりだ。
What is that with?
追跡開始だ。もらい。 はいよ。 さてと。 そらいけ。 よっしゃ。一つ完遂だな。打ち抜いてやるぜ。 飛ばす。
Oh my god, how did that work?
こそが最強だ。
The juice is too thick. Even the backstab is not enough to dodge the trap. Beat the juice is too thick. That was about 20 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if I have enough time to deal with 3. Let's just go for Diablos then. I guess my gun lens doesn't have a lot of damage. They kinda hurt though. Oh my god. What? Okay, wrong. Oh my god, it's not enough. This guy's too big, everything hits. Yes, that's what I want. We got one, we need another one. Range. Maybe Diablos is not that bad. We keep those. Oh, I was ready too. Oh my god, second one. Can I block this? No? That was not aimed at me. This thing? Did I somehow broke the second horn when I'm hitting? Oh my god, I did. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, it's going crazy. I want to cut the tail, but it's kind of hard with gun lengths. It's entirely possible though. I mean, I already cut off Beetlejuice's one. Yeah, it should be fine. 哦。Oh, that didn't hit me. Oh my god, I think this is death. Or not. Second hit. Tail hit. I don't understand the second hit. Maybe I should block once and then counter the second. Phantom hitbox, we love it. It's fine. Oh my god. Nothing works all of a sudden. Where's my counter? Oh my god. Okay, it's getting annoying now. I think that's a runaway. No. Fish. Okay, never go for more than one hit because that going for more than one hit is going to get me killed. Okay. Diablos just somehow got 10 times more annoying. Whiffing something that is supposed to hit, and then hitting something that's supposed to whiff. Classic Diablos experience. Can block after, okay. Weird.
移動したか。頼むぜ。
Oh, I guess it's the last hunt for today. Everything was going well until Diablo showed up and then she's becoming weird now. But I had fun in general, so no big deal. There we go. We good. We got the tail. The first hit will whip now because there's no horns. Nope, the first hit hits. Inconsistency. What? Okay, now it just hits every time now. It's bound to happen. Diablos has always been like the weirdest shit to fight against. Not the first one, not the second one. Okay, no second hit somehow. You see what I mean, right? Somehow there's no second hit now that I'm so ready.
ここからが本番だぜ
How nice.
打ち抜いてやるぜ相手が悪かったな
Forgot I could do more than one hit. Like, I'm so ready. Why did it whiff? It's so stupid.
もうフラフラみてえだなどれどれ
Oh. I think Misu's armor need this thing.
はいよ ありがたくいただくぜ 砥石の出番だぜ 何かあるな
I don't want to kill this one just out of spite. Okay, if it survives my weapon fire, then okay. Oh, I'm not ready.
俺こそが最強だ 破竹の進撃だぜ
I'm capturing this one. I can beat the juice gem? Okay. I mean, I'll take it. And I think beat the juice is the item that I need for the armor charm and power charm combined? I think?
受付いたします。
I
それではまた。
Oh wait. It's not. Okay, okay. I thought it's Beetlejuice. Or maybe Beetlejuice is the world version. I forgot what this one is.
なんなりとどうぞ。
Bunahabra?
フグは狩猟の要ですからね。じっくり
Dragon.
考えてください。
Naga Razor plus Zenoka Claw. I think those are like the higher rank stuff. Not too hard to get, I'm pretty sure. Apex Venom Spike. Wait, let me check something. So if I make this and then ramp up
やりますか。
this one. Oh, okay, okay. Net attack surge is gonna like get more attack but minus affinity. I don't know if it would change if I upgrade the weapon, but that's for next time. For now, I think I'll stop here. It's nice to just turn off brain and hunt for a bit. It's nice. Oh, I need this. Maybe a little bit of dash juice as well. I don't think I ever used immunizer before. Okay. Let's say. Oh, that's a lot of things. Okay, wait.
ややおうまたね
受けたまわります。お気をつけて。
ええ
それでは。お気をつけて。本日大特価でございます。おお。
Nice.
バカ不思悪くはないだろう。またのお越しを。
またな。
貿易はロマンだ。さらば。
So if I keep eating dango, and then I'll get dango ticket back, you know, like the one thing that I actually hate is such a strong word. I don't like, right? One thing I don't like, and only one thing that I don't like in rice is dango. Like Monster Hunter has always been and always is about big portion of like big looking feast and big food, right? And then here comes Monster Hunter Rise with their three lumps of dango. And then they expect people to eat 3 lumps of dango and then go on a hunt. I mean, I guess it works. Incredibly justified hatred for the stupid dango. I know, right? Like from Monster Hunter 1 to Frontier, Frontier Z, Double Cross, Monster Hunter 3rd, 4th, World. It's all big food, like huge feast and everything. And then you have dango. But then like, I'm glad on Wild they bring back absolute food, right? It's really nice. I like it. Dango is boring, man. Dango is just so boring. I had fun today. Oh, I wouldn't say a lot happened, but wow. Last night happened. Pretty much last night happened. Which lead to today in Kobo being big. Right. But I'm sure in time, right, with time I'll recover from this. I think it's totally fine. Just since it's kind of a first day this happened, so yee, right, yee. I'll be fine. Kobo promise, right? I promise. Kobo will be fine. For now, though. I raided Lucy before Johnny streaming. Oh, well, Lucy and Johnny always streams together. Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know who to raid. Lucy is another purple bold, and then Johnny is amazing squeaky dragon that I really love. But I like to raid to another kobold as well. Lucy playing Slay the Spire too. Okay. Maybe I should rate Lucy, and then next time we can rate Johnny. Yeah, we can rate Johnny next time. Deadlock streamer, not the most exciting. Glacy friend. I mean, I never really seen Deadlock or played. I don't know. I don't know what Deadlock is about, to be honest. I mean, Lucy is playing Slay the Spire too. To me personally, I kinda hang out in streams where I like the streamer.
Thanks for stream, Tylra. Glad we were here to help you feel better. Snug, snug, asterisk, good girl.
Yeah, I feel better. Thank you. Being able to hunt like that kind of makes me, kind of makes my brain, like turn off brain and hunt feels nice. I'm pretty sure something like this is not very content like. Right, it's not exactly content, you know what I mean? But it's nice to be able to do this from time to time, especially after what happened last night. And yeah. And spending time with your community, it's important. That, you know what? Yeah, that's true. And I love spending time with my community. Albeit it's like quiet, not a lot of like chatting going on. Hey, being here is what it matters, and I can see that. All right, being here is what it matters. Honest, right? Big honest, very honest. Oh, I'm looking at Firebot. That noodle dragon is here. Oh my god. I would not call out to who it is. But I see. Let's raid to another kobold. Why not? I'm gonna raid to Lucy, the kobold, who's playing Slay the Spire 2. Next time if I get a chance, I want to raid Johnny as well. Johnny's currently playing Project Zomboid. Here, since I mentioned both of them, I'll be raiding Lucy though, so I'll do this. There's also Johnny amazing. I always, gosh, I like his accent. The way he speaks is so. Can I say that? I don't know what accent is that, but I really love it. Okay. I don't think I want to plug as much here. I kind of want to just raid out and get some food and probably go play some pickleball tonight with my friends and take a break, right? Take a break. So here's the raid message. Actually, I'm gonna plug my Discord and my Discord only. Discord is kind of important because it's where I announce my stream stuff. And it's kind of like my main social media, kind of. I mean, other than Telegram, of course, right? Other than Telegram. I don't really, I mean, I browse Twitter for dragons. I browse Blue Sky for dragons, right? I feel I'm blessed that every time I open up Twitter, it's mostly just dragons and hot dragon stuff and spicy dragon stuff, right? It's nice. Twitter is not nice though, but I'm glad that my timeline on Twitter can be filled with spicy dragon stuff. Wink wonk. Get some good noms, right? Thank you, Evie. I'll get some good noms. Can I? Wait, let me check. I'm looking. I'm looking. Probably not. I'll eat something simple tonight. Okay. Here, I mean, I already copied the rate message, right? Let me type the rate to Lucy. Okay, I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. Oh, is that ad break going on? Oh, I just saw that. Oh my god. Oopsies. Oopsies. It's okay, I'm gonna raid out still. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. No big deal. It's just a little bit of ad break. It's fine. Then yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'll talk to Brecky and Zeus about the maybe put in extra day to play the RV Diet together. Yeah. I'm a little bit, just a tiny bit worried though. Wonder what happened. I don't see Brecky today. Well, it's fine. Okay, I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get myself some food real quick, so I'm gonna get some rest as well, right? So before the raid, a couple wants to say, hey, thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here, oh my god, I almost pressed the stop streaming button for some reason. Here comes the raid to Lucy. Raiding to a couple. Hey. Also, hi Swift. We're raiding out. Raiding out to a couple. Look at that purple bowl. Oh my god. The best color, purple. I love purple. Kobo loves purple. I think I'll press the rate now button. Why not, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go get myself some food, get some rest, and then gonna go play some pickleball after. So, yeah. I'll see you guys on probably Wednesday night, right? Like Wednesday night, my time, right? Where I will do some more art. I need to do more art. I'll talk to Ixon about phasmophobia as well, and also I want to bring back repo at some point. A lot of things, but I'll do one by one. I'll do them one by one. I think it should be fine. So, yeah, I'll see you guys on most likely Wednesday night. Take care, everyone. And Cobalt loves y'all. And thanks for staying. Thanks for staying with me today. Makes me feel better. I'm raiding out now, so take care and bye bye. Oh, here's the countdown. I'll let the countdown do its work. Bye bye. Take care.